is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Black Hawks. We are Florida.
Friday night in Atlanta, it means two things. It means baseball, the Marlins and the Atlanta Braves. Turner Field, the site. It also means, oh yeah, lightsaber effect, Star Wars night. That has got to be the hottest Star Wars costume on a warm night in Atlanta. Big and small, old and young. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Eduardo Perez. Fun for Star Wars night. Not so much fun for the Marlins. They've lost 7 of 9 games against the Braves. And short of sacrificing chickens like Joe Boo and all of that, how do you break a curse like this?
You have to be more aggressive on the bases. And that's something that I've seen from afar. And I think the team knows that. And, you know, Don has even spoken about we have to do something different. Maybe getting on base, which they have had no troubles doing so, is now forcing the issues and trying to put pressure more on the Atlanta Brave defense.
All right, aside from Star Wars, one of the highlights and headlines of this one is Justin Nicolino is back working on a few things. What do you expect to see tonight?
I expect to see no cutters, for one, and I spoke with him earlier, more aggressive on the outer part of the zone, and really a good news seeing from June 20th and June 25th is the walk total. 2 walks total in 13 and a third innings. When you see that, it's a definite positive sign for the Marlins.
If you want Darth Vader, that's him. Julio Teheran has been dynamite right now, a long scoreless streak in his back pocket when he takes the mound tonight.
Yes, this Paisa from Cartagena is definitely feeling comfortable on the mound, keeping everything down, aggressive, fastball sliders, and he will work fast, and the Marlins have to be able to set the tone early.
Marlins set the tone early last night, but it wasn't enough. Julio Teheran, Justin Nicolino, Fish try to get a win in Atlanta, and that's not been easy. Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. By the Florida Department of Transportation. Drive sober or get pulled over. By your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. And by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Marlins Braves, Game 2. Coming up from Atlanta. Braves, and the Fish going up against one of the best in baseball and the hottest right now, Julio Teheran. UL Sports Medicine brings you Miami's lineup.
Derek Dietrich leading off with Martin Prado in the 2 spot, Christian Yelich in 311 in the 3 spot, Marcell Ozuna completing the 300 hitters list from 1 through 4 in the cleanup spot with Giancarlo Stanton, Justin Bour, JT Realmuto hitting 307, catching. Look at that stuff. Look at that. Look at those numbers on the left side. 441 on base percentage in Turner Field, and Dani Echevarria cleaning up as a shortstop, and then Justin Nicolino on the mound.
Julio Teheran has been really, really good lately and all season. As you look at the number of starts, the record, pay no attention to that, but the ERA 2.46, and his last couple of starts very, very good. All right, Scouting Report brought to you by Auto Nation.
Watch him keep the ball down with a lot of fastballs and sliders, late movement on the fastballs. So keep an eye on that. No run support for him. He's feeling neglected on that mound. He needs a little bit more loving from his offense. Hopefully the Marlins will not be giving that, and he has been streaking no runs allowed in the last 23 innings.
And a fastball opens the night to Derek Dietrich. It's up, and it counts 1-0. Dietrich, Prado, Yelich. Last night, Marlins went streaking early with a 3-run homer from Justin Bour. Dietrich, right field, that's deep, and the Marlins have jumped to a 1-0 lead here, and the scoreless streak for Teheran ends on the second pitch of the night.
Sorry about those 23 innings.
Wow. And for Dietrich, home run number 4.
Oh, good old Georgia Tech alum. Fastball in the outer half of the plate, does not miss it. Takes the pressure off the Marlins from scoring against Teheran.
I don't
3 left turns.
I don't think the Wookiees and Stormtroopers had found their seats yet from the Star Wars parade. And the Marlins have a 1-0 lead. Here's Prado now. And Teheran with a fastball for a strike. Now the Marlins saw Teheran earlier this year, and they beat him 7-3. He went 5 1/3. Line drive, just foul. And it's 0-2. Prado last night 1 for 4. There's the line from that game. The Marlins were here for the first time at the end of May, and here they are, not only end of June, but now starting July. Oh, 0-2 to Prado. It's a second career leadoff home run for Derek Dietrich. Ooh. Although we didn't hear anything out of Prado, usually there's a little yelp when one is coming in his direction.
Yeah, a little bit lower, you probably would have heard it.
Teheran misses down low, and they count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Miami has dropped 3 straight, 2 in Detroit, and then 1 last night here in Atlanta. 8-5 was the final last night. Prado sends it right center field. Markakis into the sun, and he makes the catch. Atlanta defensively, and it's brought to you by Southwest Airlines. In the outfield, Francoeur, Inciarte, Markakis, Adonis Garcia, Freddie Freeman on the corners, Chase Darno. Never know where he's going to be. He's at second base tonight. Ibar's back at short, and the ejected Tyler Flowers from last night is behind home plate. And here is Yelich. And a breaking ball starts Yelich's night. Ryan Snitker, interim manager. Braves 18-24 under him. That breaking ball comes far enough for a strike.
First 2 pitches, sliders, starting them off away, bring him in. That's just a message to Christian. Always has to keep that in the back of his mind, the way they're going to pitch him.
Yelich finds that line, and that should be extra bases. Around first, ball's fumbled. Yelich shifts gears, but holds up after rounding second. As Francoeur still trying to figure out left field. A terrific right fielder. It's a double.
Again, they go away. Forget about speed. It's more about location. Christian commits to the outer part of the plate, drives it to left field. He does that wonderfully. And this right there, the wall just jumps into Jeffy right. Career right fielder most of his career. And he's got a new visitor on the right side of him. It's called a wall.
21 doubles now for Yelich, and now Ozuna. Braves last night did a good job at the heart of the Marlins order. Yelich, Ozuna, and Stanton combined were 0 for 11, and Ozuna swings and misses. And Ozuna struck out 3 times, but he has good numbers against Julio Teheran. And a swing and a miss. Kylo Ren, I'm informed, that's the bad guy from the latest film, as Marlins and Braves players are being cast as Star Wars characters. That's Ozuna.
Kylo Ren did some damage early on.
Kylo Ren's been a good hitter this year. Pitches outside. The question is, what will Giancarlo Stanton be? He was Darth Vader, I think, last year in Denver, when the Marlins were at a Star Wars night against the Rockies. Ozuna left field. That's deep. Francoeur looking up. Gone. Ozuna does damage. And the Marlins have a pair of home runs early against Teheran. And a 3-0 lead for the second night in a row.
Told you, Kylo Ren does a lot of damage early. Throws him another slider. Started him off in the at-bat with the same pitch. And this is what's made Marcel, a.k.a. Kylo Ren, so good this season. He's been able to make adjustments within the at-bat, see the balance, staying back, studying the pitchers, and getting a good rip at that one. Pure strength.
17 home runs now for Ozuna. He's driven in 46. And here is Stanton, who was 0 for 3 last night. He takes a fastball in. On Marlins Live, yeah, you kind of figured he's still Darth Vader to opponents.
Kylo Ren's daddy. Good swing.
On Marlins Live, you had the discussion with Jeff Nelson and Craig Minervini about the Marlins. Lots of hits, high batting average, but not a lot of runs. And one of the areas that they've not excelled in is home runs. Power. Some of that has to do with their home ballpark, but some of that has to do with they haven't hit a lot of home runs as a team.
Yeah, I don't buy the home ballpark anymore. I get it. You know, it's old news. We can move on that part. It's about when the team was going well, it was hitting the ball out of the ballpark. But you cannot become one-dimensional. You have to be able that when you have runners on base, and the Marlins have done a nice job of being able to get on base, 6th in the National League. It's and 2nd in average. It's about being able to drive them in, but the runners on base have to be more aggressive with secondary leads. They have to be more aggressive, trying to pick something up on the pitchers.
High pop up. This is Flowers, and it's Tehran. How many times do you see a pitcher get in the way? Well, this time Tehran saves the day.
You rarely see that. And Freddie Freeman, because it's Giancarlo Stanton, is playing very far at first base, has a long ways to go. Julio Tehran looked at what Tyler Flowers was doing. He looked down. That was the key of catching that baseball, and then realized that he was in trouble.
Flowers having a conversation with David Rackley. It was Larry Vanover, who's at 3rd, who ejected him last night. Now Justin Bour, 3-run homer last night. He's been on over the last 3 weeks, just a really nice run, filled with power and big hits. Fastball, a strike, and it's 0-2.
I think this matchup actually works for Justin. You have a complete shift on the infield for him, and they're pitching him away. First slider, outside corner, fastball away, and you see right there Flowers asked for another fastball away.
Fastball up. Count still 0-2.
Justin's he's locked in right now. And we've seen when he's locked in, the shift doesn't work against him. He hits it and sprays it all over the park.
And with power, his home run last night was to left center. A back foot breaking ball, it's 1-2. Now his teammates right now are having a bit of a laugh at his expense. That is not right.
That's not right.
And Bour steps out. Last 16 games, 367 clip, 6 homers, and 20 driven in. There's the shift. And lots of hits to left field this season. Line drives, sharp ground balls. Tehran goes in, and Bohr pops it up. d'Arnaud is there. 25 pitches. The Marlins push Tehran, and they knock 2 out of the park. A leadoff homer by Derek Dietrich, and a 2-run shot. Marcell Ozuna, 3-0 start for Miami. Their lineup brought to you by UHealth Sports Medicine.
Center fielder Ender Inciarte leading off with 7 stolen bases. After him, it's Chase d'Arnaud playing second base with Freddie Freeman in the 3-hole. Adonis Garcia in the 4th spot. Nick Markakis right behind Adonis hitting .257. Jeff Francoeur playing left field. And Tyler Flowers behind the plate. Eric Ibar starting to come into his own after a rough start with Julio Tehran hitting in the 9th spot.
Justin Nicolino, 2 starts down in AAA, right back up. And here is Inciarte. And a strike from Nicolino. His last 2 starts before he went down were not good. 10 innings, 22 hits, and 10 runs. Chopper to short. Echeverria plays the hop and gets him. The defense for the Marlins, a record-setting June. They did make an error last night. Southwest Airlines brings it to you. Yelich, Ozuna, and Stanton. The error last night by Prado snapped a 28-game streak by Miami's infield without an error, the longest in Major League Baseball history. Echeverria, Dietrich, Bohr also on that infield, and Real Muto behind the plates.
That's one of the reasons I wasn't showing up. I was not about to ruin that errorless streak at all. I was staying away, Rich.
Chase d'Arnaud is a versatile guy. We've seen him at third, shortstop, center field. He's at second base. His younger brother, of course, the Mets catcher.
And a musician. Has a band.
He's got a band, and I think they crashed at his pad here in Atlanta. Dietrich spinning and just getting d'Arnaud. Nice play by Derek Dietrich.
He's playing more up the middle, has to go a long ways to his left. Nice 360 turn, gathers his body. Perfect start for the night for Derek. Home run and a nice play to his left.
Here is Freddie Freeman now. All right. Justin Nicolino went down, and one of the orders was scrap the cutter. Is that easy to do? Is it difficult to do?
Well, I spoke to him earlier. He told me it was very difficult. And one of the big reasons is that's his go-to pitch, and he felt that he always needed that one in his back pocket when he was in trouble. If it's a 2-0 count, anytime he was behind, and not having it and being able to get outs just gave him a lot of confidence going into his second start.
Center field, that one's cracked. Ozuna back, and it's off the wall. Barehanded by Ozuna. And Freeman ends up at second base. Close to a home run, about halfway up the wall, 400 feet for Freddie Freeman.
Watch location here. JT wants to pitch way up in the zone. A waste pitch. Instead, pitches right in his wheelhouse, down. Bottom third of the plate. And then this ball just knuckles straight towards Ozuna, and then it just takes a veer right towards right field, and Marcel had no idea once he turned back, the ball wasn't even where he was going to.
108 miles an hour off the bat. Here is Adonis Garcia. What does... All right, take a look.
Watch where the ball starts, and then all of a sudden it just cuts right. It's a nice barehanded pick. But if he would have known that ball was cutting like that, which it's virtually impossible to do so, I think he would have had that ball.
How does a four-seamer as opposed to a cutter affect his secondary pitches?
Two ways. It takes velocity off. It takes velocity off your four-seamer if you continually keep throwing that cutter and you depend on it. Now he has a little bit more velo, but really it's more about the hitter's approach.
Change up, bouncer, third base. Prado crossed the diamond, and Nicolino scoreless first on 10 pitches. Pair of home runs and a 3-run lead for Miami tonight. Brought to you by T-Mobile. This is from last night's action. Madison Bumgarner, no DH in Oakland for San Francisco. He doubled in his first at bat. Yoenis Cespedes, I think it was 466 feet when they finally measured it. And Carlos Santana and the Indians rolled to 14 straight wins, but not today. The Indians win. That was an extra inning game. What was the final of that?
What was the final? It was 2-1? 2-1.
Cleveland won again 2-1.
They did.
19 innings. That's 15 in a row. Here's Real Muto.
I know a lot of kids are going crazy when I said Darth Vader is the father of Kylo Ren. Big mistake on my part. Huge. Sorry, kids. It's Han Solo, the father of Kylo Ren.
Here's a 1-2. Real Muto, Danny Echeverria, Justin Nicolino against Julio Teheran. So for the Indians, not 15 in a row, 14 in a row.
Maybe you're forecasting.
Well, the fact that they played 19 innings, I think.
Should get 2 for that one.
And the fact that there were 2 position players that pitched for the Blue Jays. That Carlos Santana home run ended the lengthy ball game. It was up in Toronto. Here, Miami popped 2 out. Derek Dietrich and Marcelo Ozuna in the first. Real Muto 3 for 4 last night. In the hole, Ibar, good speed. Real Muto will beat it. So an infield hit for the Marlins athletic catcher. And here comes Echeverria. Echeverria, a couple hits in last night's ball game. He's had a nice road trip. He had 4 hits in 2 games in Detroit. And Teheran misses out.
I really like the double he hit in his last at-bat, going the other way and driving it with authority. See that against fastball, outer half. When he starts getting in trouble, he starts trying to pull off pitches.
High chopper. Garcia waits for it to come down. And he gets Echeverria, moving Real Muto into scoring position. On a Friday night at Marlins Park, the Reds and the Marlins. And it's Colombian Heritage Night, brought to you by Ford. Burger and beer package is $25. And of course, on a Friday, post-game fireworks. Go to marlins.com. A very good Star Wars parade. We've been in many Star Wars nights, but the parade here in Atlanta.
Solid attendance.
Yes. Very reminiscent of a few years back when the Marlins were in town. And one of the big conventions was Dragon Con. And the costumes at Dragon Con were actually a level above Star Wars, if you know what I mean. Here's the 0-1. Nicolino takes in. There were a few Star Wars costumes, but Dragon Con's a little, it's a league above, say, Comic-Con.
Okay, above?
Well,
is it pretty much from the Dungeons and Dragons type of thing?
Yeah, it gets a little darker.
Okay.
Here's a 1-1.
So you're
more zombies, more Game of Thrones, more chains, more leather.
So winter is coming. Winter's here.
Nicolino with the count 1-2. Got Dietrich on deck. Teheran was brilliant his last 2 starts, including a one-hit shutout, a one-hitter in which he faced just 28. High fastball, and he gets Nicolino. First strikeout for the Braves ace. Yeah, he's punched out 7 his last 2 starts. And it was in New York that he threw the 1-hitter against the Mets. And then he faced the Mets again and threw 8 shutout innings. That's not easy to do. Same opponent, back-to-back starts, and go 17 shutout innings and just 6 hits.
Somebody did not make the adjustment.
Dietrich gets hit.
That is odd.
Now, let me ask you this. If you're Tehran, I'm not saying he's throwing at him, but if he gets him, he gets to face the right-hander Prado. Dietrich just took him deep.
It's not that. If you look at where that home run pitch was, it was on the outer half, and he was able to pull it and drive it. That's where his cookie's at. That's where his money's at. Away. He still can pull it. He stays in there, and he does not fear the baseball at all. So you have to be able to establish in. Then again, he doesn't get out of the way, so he's going to get hit. It's part of his game. That actually puts his on-base percentage at over 400. Started the night at 399.
16 times he's been hit, and it leads the National League. One's out. All right, let's split it. Home run to the left, hit by pitch to the right.
Watch where the location was. The other way around. Hit by pitch on the left, gets hit. Home run on the right. See how far it is outside. Why would you want to go back in there? You have to be able to establish in and have him look there in order to open up the outer part.
Prado swings and misses. It's 1-2.
Rich, I was gone for a month, pretty much.
Yes.
I was hoping that you had an Apple Watch or something on, a little bit more technology on you.
Well, my sense of direction on that split screen obviously was. And I'm not throwing anybody under the bus.
No.
It's on me. Up the middle. Darno left his feet, safe at second. Once he left his feet, he wasn't going to get Prado, and so he felt he tried to get Dietrich at second.
Good hustle by Derek, but if you watch Darno on this dive, watch where he goes on it. Gets the umpire, Alfonso Marquez, looks like is on this visual, so he steps back and then he realizes that he has to dive because he was caught in between. Talk about internal clocks with infielders. His internal clock right now wasn't on time.
Now Yelich, who doubled in the first. That has to be a lonely feeling for a middle infielder to lose the ball because the side of the ball is lost when it crosses the umpire. Five hits already. Bags loaded for Yelich. 2 outs. And Yelich has yet to hit a grand slam. But a pretty slick batting average with the bags loaded. And he wishes he had that one back.
Yeah, hit right off the knob. That's when you're grateful that he does not hold his right hand off the knob. You see, oh, hit him. Is that off the knob or?
think a little higher than the hands on the check swing. So Tehran's got him 1-2. Remember, it was a fastball that was low and away that Yelich punched down the left field line for the double. That gate is still open.
Tehran is reluctant to go back outside. Christian's already shown him that he can drive that ball the other way. Now with runners on base, trying to establish the inside part. See where the outfield is shaded more towards left field, infield straight away.
Well, this is the Christian Yelich that the Marlins know, and the Yelich that we've seen. Great strike zone recognition. Not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. Let's see if Tehran stays in.
Well, if he has confidence in that slider, for a strike, this is the time to throw it.
Everybody on the move. There's the slider. And it was a strike. Yelich goes down swinging. Marlins leave him loaded. A 3-0 Miami lead. Let's find Jessica Blaylock, see what she's up to. Jess?
Hey, Rich, how many times do you get to come to the ballpark and hang out with actual stormtroopers from Star Wars? Like you guys have mentioned, it is Star Wars night here. The festivities have been going on since before the game. There was the awesome costume parade. We've seen the player introductions with the Star Wars theme. The characters are walking around. And also for fans who purchased a special ticket, they are going home tonight with a very limited edition bobblehead. It is the Jedi John Shareholds, the Master Jedi bobblehead. I've got one in my hand. This is the coolest thing. Atlanta is awesome at coming up with really cool bobbleheads. I will give them a lot of credit. I don't think anything, though, is going to top the Freddie Freeman Chipper Jones one that we saw a couple weeks ago. But this one, it's not bad. Master Shareholds.
Very nice. Justin Nicolino gives up a hit to Nick Markakis to open up the bottom of the second. Jeff Francoeur and Tyler Flowers also due up. If you're just happening by, Justin Nicolino returns after 2 starts in AAA. Nicolino has scrapped, for now, the cutter. Going with a little more traditional fastball. And of course, still has the breaking ball and the changeup.
Trying to work that ball down in the zone, missing twice, but Jeff Francoeur, a very good high ball fastball hitter. Scouting reports say stay away from the top third of the plate.
Two and one. You know, just being around Francoeur a little bit this year, he seems like it feels good for him to be back in Atlanta. He's having fun this year, even though the Braves are in a reboot, rebuild type mode. Lines it into center field. That's a hit. So a couple of hits against Nicolino open the second for Atlanta. Here comes Tyler Flowers.
Nice job by Jeff's recognizing changeup, keeping his body behind it, not rolling over. Earlier in the season, he was rolling over on that pitch. Now a lot more consistent, staying up the middle.
Here is Flowers. Flowers part of a somewhat amusing technical glitch, and now and Flowers right now not happy with that. That pitch was in. Last night he was behind the plate on a pitch to Adeiny Echeverria that was called the ball, and he turned and screamed at Larry Vanover, and they went back and forth, and he was ejected. And the glitch was this, that Fox tracks that you just saw that showed the location of that first pitch. There you see the first pitch and the second pitch. Now that's a tool that we use to illustrate where the pitch was, if it was a strike or not a strike. It malfunctioned. It malfunctioned in the Marlins truck, it malfunctioned in the Atlanta truck, and it malfunctioned on MLB at bat. So nobody knows where that pitch registered. And of course, Flowers was ejected over it, and this day and age, players immediately go to the film room to find out where that pitch was. So as Flowers went to the video room to find out where that pitch was,
Crickets.
Wasn't there. Here's the 2-1.
Now you're the hitter, and your Flowers, see, he chokes up on the bat a little bit more now with 2 strikes. Has to be thinking inside, not trusting with David Rackley behind the plate on that part. Good time for Nicolino to throw something away. Try to get him to chase or freeze him.
Liner to center on a hop. Ozuna has it. Round third. Holding is Markakis. And a perfect throw from Ozuna. Bags loaded. Nobody out.
Talk about leaving a changeup up in the zone with 2 strikes. This is exactly what happened. Pitch was up. If you want to throw that changeup, you want him to chase it down and away. It was away, but not down, giving Flowers an opportunity to barrel it.
Here is Ibar now. Infield back for 2. Breaking ball. Liner into left by Echeverria. Yelich has it. Francoeur stops. And the Braves have 4 consecutive hits here in the second.
Again, up in the zone, curveball, try to get me over. See it, well, actually it was down and away. Sometimes you have to give credit to the hitter. Ibar hunting for off speed, hitting in the 8th spot. Does a nice job with that baseball.
Juan Nieves out to talk to Nicolino. Now Tehran is the hitter. Then you've got the top of the order in Ciarte and d'Arnaud. And the script from last night was Miami jumping out with a home run to a 3-0 lead. And then the Braves came roaring back, ended up winning the ball game 8-5 and erased that lead. Here tonight, 2 home runs in a 3-0 lead. And now it's 3-1. Middle infield is back. Tehran not only pitching well his last few ball games, but he swung the bat. See, the corners are in. Ball and a strike. Francoeur, Flowers, Ibar. Bouncer up the middle, should be 2. Echeverria the turn. And the Marlins get 2 outs, but the Braves get another run. It's a 3-2 game now.
That's why sometimes managers do not want the pitchers to swing the bat. You end up getting a double play, but Julio Tehran has actually done a nice job. He came in hitting .214 into that at bat. You give him that opportunity to try to at least tie the baseball game. Ends up getting 2.
Dietrich again. And so Nicolino gives up 2 on 4 hits. And it's now 3-2. Seven of 9 the Braves have won. And it's not like they're outscoring the Marlins by a ton of runs. Eduardo Perez, if you were CSI MLB, do you have a theory here? Do you have a working theory that explains all of this.
No, one thing I can tell you is this. If the Marlins want to play in the postseason, I've said it from the get-go, they have to be able to play 500 baseball versus the Philadelphia Phillies, over 500 baseball over the Philadelphia Phillies and Atlanta Braves. You have to be able to beat the bottom-feeding teams.
Ozuna smacks it into right field for a hit. Marcell Ozuna is seeing Julio Teheran quite well again. With a 2-run homer, and now a loud single. Giancarlo Stanton, Justin Bour, now JT Realmuto lined up. As we illustrated last night, the Braves' rotation has been a mess, except for Julio Teheran. And that really is no surprise. He's had a nice run with the Braves. Stanton a high pop out in foul territory, first base side. And it's 0-2.
I think Giancarlo surprised. 2 pitches, same spot, outer half. Maybe a slider, way away. It's the pitch that they go with here. Set him up, throwing those 2 strikes. Same look, except this one with some bend on it. Slider, great location by Julio. One thing he's able to do. Locate well with that fastball down in the zone. Giancarlo most likely looking in the first 2 pitches. Makes him expand.
Now Bour. Justin Bour, right center field. Inciarte racing over, and he makes the catch. And Ozuna has to hustle back and is just back in time. Long way to go, but Ender Inciarte is an outstanding defensive outfielder. He won a Fielding Bible Award last year as the utility outfielder.
See where he starts in left center field. He has a long ways to go with this. Almost 5 seconds, the ball in the air. It's a pretty nice job by Ender, being able to get a good jump, giving himself an opportunity to catch that baseball. Rule of thumb in the outfield, anything that's 6 seconds or over has to be caught no matter where you're playing. That was 5.
You take into account when you're in a ballpark, say Detroit, 420 straightaway center.
If you position your outfielders where they're supposed to be, yes, 6 seconds would be the mark.
Or Houston, where you have to climb a hill. Although that's gone, isn't it? Is it?
Yeah, no, next year. Next year. That was supposed to be this off season, but they went to the playoffs and they did not have enough time to be able to do that. But if you look at this ballpark, right center and left center, it's 390 to right center, 380. It's one of the biggest ballparks in the gaps in all of baseball.
Did you play in the old ballpark?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
This a more fair ballpark for pitchers than what used to be known as the launching pad?
Fulton County? Yes, this is definitely more fair for the pitchers, but it plays true also. And I remember speaking with Chipper Jones about it, and at the beginning he was like 390. Wow. But if you hit it, and you hit it well, it goes. Wind has a lot to do with this ballpark also. There it is.
That just across the street now. In the air. Darno calling for it. And he makes the catch. Gone but not forgotten. There's the launching pad. Reproduced, retransmitted in any form. Accounts and descriptions of the game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Miami Marlins. The fireworks Friday here in Atlanta on Star Wars night. Rich Waltz along with Eduardo Perez, Jessica Blaylock, Julio Teheran, and Justin Nicolino matched up here. Chase Darno, Freddie Freeman, Adonis Garcia. And a strike to Darno. A couple of RBI hits last night for Darno. Bohr on a hop to the bag. We check in with Jessica Blaylock.
Hey guys, it is Canada Day, and that's an important holiday for Freddie Freeman. Both of his parents are from Canada. His mom came from Toronto. His dad is from Windsor. So to celebrate Canada Day, Freddie Freeman went into the Atlanta clubhouse earlier. He got everyone's attention, and he started playing the Canadian national anthem and then started singing along with it. How about that?
Wow.
It's a nice national anthem, too.
Did he end it with a hug? Because Freddie Freeman is, especially Braves fans, but others know, is a hugger. Freddie Freeman fouled.
Oh, we almost had to blame Canada on that one. Watch where this pitch is. Again, down in the zone, bottom third. That's the pitch he destroys, and you see his body reaction trying to bring that one back fair.
Freddie Freeman 2 for 3 last night. In his last 18 games, he's well over 400. 13 extra base hits. And a Player of the Week award in mid-June. And certainly a candidate for Player of the Month. 4 triples.
Freddie Freeman had 4 triples in the month of June. Wow.
Stanton is there and makes the catch. And here comes Adonis Garcia. Mets are the Marlins' opponent on the 4th of July, 4 o'clock start. Tomorrow, Jose Fernandez, 3:30 for Marlins Live. Braves still undetermined.
Well, it was supposed to be Bud Norris. He got traded.
He can't make the start by proxy.
No.
Pitch misses out, and of course, on Sunday night, 8 o'clock, ESPN, Marlins and Braves from Fort Bragg. It's an Adam Conley start on Sunday. Tom Kohler in that 4 o'clock start against the Mets. Mets are home against the Cubs tonight, leading 2-0. But the game is delayed after 2. Fernando Rodney is here in uniform.
I did see him when he came into the clubhouse earlier, and he had his facial hair. My question is, will he have it when he's called upon, if it's today or tomorrow?
Into right. And it's a base hit for Garcia. Of course, maybe the bigger issue isn't whether he shaves or not, but when will he pitch? And not tonight or tomorrow, but in what role?
Well, if it's up to me, I would have him in one of those important roles in the 6th, 7th inning, where if it's the middle of the lineup from the opposing team coming in to shut down a crucial situation. I would not just put him in the 8th inning just because setup guy. I would bring him in a closing situation. But if it's in the 6th or 7th, or even 8th if you need it, but not to start in and put him in that set role. So high leverage situation.
He would be your fixer.
He would be my fixer. He would be
Ray Donovan.
I like it.
Jessica, you had a chance. Don Mattingly was talking today about Fernando Rodney, and what did you hear?
Yeah, guys, I'm talking to Don Mattingly earlier. It looks like when it comes to the roles in the bullpen, A.J. Ramos obviously going to close to continue out the season. They really like what he's been able to do. They're actually going to move David Phelps to the 7th inning, and it looks like Fernando Rodney would possibly take over that 8th inning. So it looks like that would be what the roles look like for the bullpen moving forward.
Thank you, Jessica. There's 0-1 pitch to Nick Markakis. But just having depth, having options, having Bearclaw, Phelps, Rodney, Ramos. We've already seen it. I want to say 3 or 4 nights where Ramos hasn't been available because of workloads, where Phelps has been in that 9th inning or been scheduled to jump in if needed in the 9th.
I think that is the key to this whole thing is David Phelps. if David Phelps continued to be able to shut down offenses, not only in the 8th inning, but in the 7th inning now, you really extend your bullpen and you really take a lot of pressure off your starting staff to go deeper into games. And that's one facet of the game that the Marlins need to improve on, is their starting pitching going deeper into games.
And if you think about it, if Rodney were here last night, there's a chance it might have been Kyle Barraclough and not Mike Dunn who came in relief.
Right, and let's not forget that Rodney is just as good against left-handed hitting as he is against right-handed hitting. His split-finger fastball is the equalizer. It acts as that devastating changeup that works well against that left-handed hitter, goes away from him. He's actually been more successful against lefties and righties this season.
2-2.
How are you on the bow and arrow thing, the arrow thing where he shoots when he finishes games?
Well,
what's your stance on that?
Look, I mean, bat flip, bow and arrow, I've softened on that. Now, if he does it after the 8th inning, I don't know. Here's the 2-2. There's a bouncer. Dietrich to his left has it. You know what? If the guy gets big outs, he can stand on his head for all I care. Canada. 3- and 6-game suite packs. And that gets you preferred pricing for a suite, variable suite sizes. You get to select the games you want. 6-game plans with renewal include guaranteed tickets to the All-Star game. And you can secure your suite plan today, 1-877-MARLINS, or go to marlins.com/suites. The folks in the truck worked all day yesterday and all morning on that effect right there, the lightsaber wipe.
That's pretty cool.
Echeverria, Nicolino, Dietrich against Tehran in the 4th. High chopper. Garcia cuts across and makes a play. That's the 3rd high chopper to the left side already in a night and a half.
And the second one by Echeverria tonight. Both by Adonis Garcia. Nice play.
Yeah, Itch had one of those last night, 2 here. It's with Nicolino, who struck out in the second. Climbs in. Eduardo, you have been a Major League hitting coach. You've been a Major League bench coach. You've managed internationally. You've been a Major League player for a lot of years. The puzzle of the Marlins, high batting average, really nice on base percentage. Nicolino, it's foul. Not a lot of stolen bases. We've talked base running. Not a lot of home runs. We've talked home runs. What number do you look at to gauge the productivity of an offense and individual hitters? Is it OPS? Is it slugging percentage? When you look at it statistically at an offense, what are the first numbers that you look at to measure a hitter and to measure a team?
I try to separate the hitters in 2. I don't think it's fair to evaluate every hitter the same. I'll take this one, 2 outs. But at the same time, what I try to do with 1, 2, and 7, 8, I would love to see a higher on-base percentage. Middle guys from 3 to 6, I want to see more slugging OPS. And I think that right there creates a balance. But then, the key to this, to having a balanced team and to be able to drive in runs, is you have to be able to be aggressive once you're on the bases. And I do not care if you're a speedster or you're the slowest runner on the team. Don Zimmer always told me there should not be a lack of effort on the bases. Secondary leads are important. If you see a catcher doing something, if it's spreading the legs a little bit more, being higher, anticipating the breaking ball in the dirt, taking that extra base. And at the end of the day, base running wins ball games and creates runs. Because the Marlins right now, 2nd in hitting in the National League in average. Then again, struggling when it comes down to driving them in. On base percentage, 6th in the National League. You can always blame the guy with the bat, but at the same time, there's a guy that's on the bases that has to be able to take 1st to 3rd on a base hit, anticipate that extra step.
Dietrich takes a strike. It's 1-2. That one right at the knees. A home run on the 2nd pitch of the night for Dietrich. Hit by a pitch in the 2nd. Toyota has an inside look. All-time hit by pitch. He's about to overtake Alex Gonzalez.
Look at the at-bats, though. 32-21 for Scooter Smith, like I call him, Alex Gonzalez.
The hammer.
The hammer.
Into the bat. And Garcia throws out Dietrich. And Tehran has 3 ground ball outs in the 4th. Brian McCann. Or a former Brian McCann.
E4 of them.
Justin Nicolino and Jeff Francoeur. Well, we were talking the other night about when they closed this place the last day of this season, and they bring out some of the guys that had great runs in this ballpark. Francoeur is in perfect position. 2005, he burst on the scene, was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Won a Gold Glove. Spent 5 years in Atlanta. Now his 13th Major League season. And we were talking about, just watching him and how much fun he seems to have when he's playing. I think some of that comes from 2014 when he spent most of the year in AAA in El Paso. Last year with the Phillies, 13 home runs, few of them at Miami's expense, and a couple of them ended games up in Philly.
He had a nice season, and what he brings to the clubhouse is irreplaceable. Just keeps everybody loose. A lot of experience.
Stanton is over in there, and he makes the catch. And it brings up Tyler Flowers. Nationals and Reds are 2-2 in the middle of the 7th inning. That Mets-Cubs game, which is 2-0 Mets, is still delayed in the top of the 3rd up in New York. Prado. And 2 quick outs for Nicolino. Here is Ibar. As we noted earlier, much to my surprise, Cleveland has won again in 19 innings, 14 in a row, 49 and 30. Cleveland beat Toronto in Toronto 2-1.
The fastball had life. Pitch hard up and in, 91 miles per hour.
Last team to win 14 in a row in the big leagues. These Atlanta Braves in 2013.
14.
Breaking ball, strike 3 called. And so quick innings for both Tehran and Nicolino. 9 pitches for Nicolino. Brought to you by Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. By Checkers, fast foodies know the deal. And by Warren Henry, now celebrating our 40th year as Miami's best luxury dealer. Hot and sticky, which makes this a tough costume to wear tonight. Oh. Yeah, put it on him. Young and old. Little Star Wars night tonight. I like that. The Princess Leia ski cap.
That was good.
Martin Prado, Christian Yelich, Marcell Ozuna, 5th inning. 3-2 Miami, 3 runs right from the get-go for Miami. A Derek Dietrich leadoff homer and a 2-run shot by Marcell Ozuna. Prado had a line drive out in that first. The Marlins really came out and barreled up Tehran in the first. As you can see behind home plate, July 15th is Zombie Night. AJ Pierzynski bobblehead, saw that last night.
Oh boy.
And he is zombified, if that's a word.
I think he was zombified last night when he had to come into the game in the last inning after Tyler Flowers got ejected.
The Walking Dead is filmed here in Georgia.
It is?
I believe so. Up the middle into center field. That's a base hit.
He's really good. Really good.
This Martin Prado guy.
Really good. Pitch up in the zone like that.
All right, Geico presents not a Walking Dead moment, not a zombie moment, but a Marlins moment. Look at this, 20-1, 25 hits and 2 Miggy homers in 2003. Is it Covington, Georgia? Side of Walking Dead.
Sanoa, maybe?
Bouncer, Freeman out there. Ibar out there. And Yelich bounces into a 3-6-3 double play.
Freddie Freeman just playing the position perfectly. Watch how he gets out of the bag, does not rush, makes the throw, and gets Julio Tehran out of the way and says, I have it. 3-6-3 again. From high home, perfectly thrown. Ibar takes the feed, and all started and ended with that guy right there, Freddie Freeman.
Well, this matchup has been decidedly Ozuna tonight and throughout the last few years. .13 for 32. That's a .406 average, and 2 hits tonight, a 2-run homer and a single. My goodness.
Raise that average, will you? Update.
This just in.
You know, it doesn't matter who the pitcher is. When you're locked in like that and you know that you can hit him, you're not going to miss pitches like that. Julio Tehran missing location the entire at-bat. See Tyler Flowers trying to get in there. This is out over the plate, already 3 for 3 in the 5th inning, and that man is a happy man. He told me in spring training, he said, this guy's going to have a monster year.
Now, from afar, what have you seen the last couple weeks with Giancarlo Stanton? Because I know you watch games, break down video.
Yes. He's not falling as much towards the third base dugout as he was when he was struggling. But then again, it's about chasing pitches out of the zone, what has had him in trouble. Seems like when you're in a rut, the first thing you do is you get to that 0-2 count quicker than when you're going well. Watch where Flowers sets up on this one. He wants it way up there. Throws it up and in, and don't be surprised if Flowers wants this pitch even higher to see if Giancarlo chases, to then set it up for the slider down and away.
Stanton struck out on one of those sliders down and away in the third, and Flowers is on his way out.
And he's on his way out because Teheran wants to attack Giancarlo in the zone, and Flowers knows better. He's seeing that Giancarlo is chasing pitches, being a lot more aggressive than he was in his last at-bat. There's no reason right now for Flowers to ask for anything that's in the zone. See the numbers against Julio Teheran. 138, 2 home runs, 10 strikeouts in his career.
Got him. Couple hits. Marlins leave a runner. It's 3-2. Sponsor of Miami Marlins baseball. 3-2 Marlins. Both pitchers have kind of settled into this ball game. After the Marlins got 3 in that first, and the Braves got 2 in the second.
Watch location early on. Anything that was on the outer half of the plate, the Braves were executing to perfection, drilling and looking outside, getting hit after hit after hit. But then Nicolino makes the adjustment, starts throwing in, getting ground balls, establishing the inside part of the plate. It's a cat and mouse game so far between the Braves offense and Justin Nicolino on the mound.
9-1-2 for Atlanta in the 5th. Teheran, Inciarte, d'Arnaud. Nicolino misses away. There's the line for Justin. That's a big improvement from his last 2 starts up here in the major leagues, in which he went and combined 10 innings, gave up 22 hits and 10 runs.
I just can't imagine how tough mentally it has to be for him to be able to throw inside effectively after shutting down the cutter, which is the pitch that he always wanted to go inside with against right-handed hitters. It's like telling, Al Leiter's a great example. All he was is cutter, 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 and a good one. And you had to be able to commit to one side of the plate against Al. Now with Justin, he's able to use both, and this is not a good start to the bottom of the 5th inning. Walking who will tear on.
That brings up Inciarte. Inciarte, part of what many have termed a lopsided trade from the Diamondbacks. Dansby Swanson, Aaron Blair, also coming over for Shelby Miller. Now, if Miller turns around and all of a sudden has 3 or 4 years and pitches great, then maybe people see it differently. But with Swanson closing in fast on the big leagues, with Blair and now with Inciarte, Braves have 3 guys they feel that they can really build around, and be part of what they hope is an uptick next year and the years following. Ground ball, Prado, Dietrich on a hop out. That will be reviewed. It is one of the tougher calls for an umpire when the ball is in the dirt and scooped by a first baseman, and it's a bang-bang play.
From my line of sight, I thought he was safe immediately. Let's take a look at this one. Tough one from that angle.
It's normally watch for the glove and listen for the bag, and then when you hear the ball hit the dirt, everything kind of gets jumbled up.
I think that's the best view. I believe in this inning that the Braves will challenge bottom of the 5th inning. And they did.
It actually was a really nice turn by Dietrich, who, because of the positioning on the play and as hard as the ball was hit, he was arriving at the bag the same time the ball was.
Yes, he was. He had to go a long ways to be able to do that, and Martin Prado gave him a very good feed. You know what? It looks safe from that angle, but it has to be conclusive, and I don't know if in New York
you lose the foot.
You lose the foot. It's the same way if the Marlins would have challenged it and they would have called him safe. I think the play would stand if it's safe, but it might stand just because he was called out.
Now it's back of glove, not when the ball starts to enter the glove. The thing about New York, though, is that they have a variety of angles from our telecast, from the Braves telecast, and from cameras that they are watching that we do not have.
I think there should always be a 2-minute limit on it. If they can't figure it out in 2 minutes, then the play should just stand automatically. Not keep players waiting so long.
2-minute limit from the end of play or from the start of challenge?
From the start of challenge. And there also should be a time for which you can challenge, putting pressure on your team to make a decision on the challenge or not, to challenge or not.
The hard part about that is that there are times where the umpiring crew that's in is stretched with plays happening in multiple ballparks, to where the umpire in New York who's monitoring that game, it takes him a few seconds or half a minute to get lined up and get the replays started.
Well, then we should have from New York. We should be told that from New York, and as soon as they start looking at it, 2 minutes. Even Chris Guccione and Larry Vanover right now are uncomfortable waiting.
I would like to see like a closed circuit camera in New York that shows the umpire looking at the replay.
That would be cool. Safe.
So he is safe. You know, sort of like the Wizard of Oz when they pull the curtain back.
There we go.
I mean, let's see a live shot. Let's see a live shot of the umpire control room at Chelsea in New York. This is full speed.
Yeah, he's safe. You can tell right there.
So it's a fielder's choice. Tehran is erased, and here is d'Arnaud. The other thing that's always interesting to me is that the two umpires that have the headsets on, one is the crew chief, the other is the umpire that made the original call. But I don't think the umpires in New York can and it was Chris Guccione at first, who's a very good major league umpire. I don't know that there's any questions for him, right? I mean, it's not like they can ask him a question about the play. It's almost like you're getting called into the principal's office, and you're not sure if you're going to get rewarded for making the dean's list or if it's something else.
But that being said, the umpires love it. They love that the right call is being made at the end of the day.
Without question.
And they've all embraced it, and every umpire I've spoken with, they have so much respect for their colleagues that are in New York. And all they want to do is make sure the right call is made and it doesn't jeopardize the integrity of the game.
Well, as Jim Joyce told us 2 years ago, the worst feeling in the world is not knowing if you got it right or not, and everybody else in the ballpark, from players in both benches and fans in the stands who are watching television monitors all over the ballpark, knowing whether you got it right or not. And of course, Joyce, who had that call that cost that perfect game by Galarraga in Detroit. That's a close play at second there. Echeverria with the tag, and Ciarte under the tag, and a stolen base for the Braves. 8th of the season for Inciarte.
That's another one the Marlins might contest. JT's so quick in the release.
Yeah, that's when you slow it down and watch it. Real Muto instinctively went out to the mound, not to talk to Nicolino about pitching, but maybe to buy a little time for the replay room.
Looks like they are not going to review. That's what happens. See where the Daney catches the baseball way in front of the bag, then has to reach back to try to place the tag. See a lot of shortstops and second basemen straddle that bag.
To left, d'Arnaud, it's deep, and it's gone. And how important is that review at first now?
d'Arnaud continues to buy playing time. Yesterday, really good at bat.
First of his career.
First home run of his career, and watch where the pitch is. JT set up way in, pitch up out over in the high zone and just crushes it.
And this script is starting to look awful familiar. The Marlins getting out in front of the Braves, and now the Braves have caught them and passed them. Dietrich gets the out.
Receiving a lot more run support than what he is accustomed to.
Now Garcia. Braves got 2 in the second, 4 consecutive hits. Here in the 5th, the leadoff walk to the pitcher, Julio Teheran. And of course, overturned on the challenge was Inciarte's out at first, which would have been a double play. And then d'Arnaud's first career homer. Chase d'Arnaud is making the most of an opportunity here in Atlanta.
He is showing his versatility. So many possessions, and if he can hit and hit lefties like that, it's a good sign for the Braves.
Echeverria to first in time, but the Braves have the lead now. Jose Fernandez tomorrow. Braves have yet to announce their starter. It's a 4 o'clock first pitch here in Atlanta, 3:30 for Marlins Live. It is game 3 in Atlanta. Game 1 in Atlanta last night. Marlins with the long ball had a 3-0 lead. Game 2 in Atlanta tonight. Marlins with 2 long balls had a 3-0 lead. The Braves came back to win last night, and they lead here 4-3. Now, in the break, Justin Nicolino angry in the Marlins dugout, and in the Braves dugout, they had to react to Ender Inciarte and a possible injury, because Inciarte has come out of the ball game. Chase d'Arnaud is in center field, and Jace Peterson's at second base, and possibly that stolen base, or trying to leg out and avoid the double play.
And you see him when he slid into second base. Didn't come up right. I wondered if he had hit the bag wrong or not. already has been on the DL earlier this season. Now you get Jace Peterson at second base. And Darno in center field, which last night was his first experience in center field, and did a nice job.
And he's feeling pretty good. First career homer. He's had a real nice series and has been playing well. Bohr takes an elevated fastball, punches it to left center. Francoeur's got it, and Bohr has himself a leadoff hit here in the 6th inning.
Watch Tyler Flowers wants it up. Only thing, he wanted it up and in. This one was up and away. And Justin continues to drill balls to the opposite side.
So Bohr's at first. Here's Real Muto. Infield hit, and he's popped out. You get Echeverria on deck. And then the pitcher spot. Tehran certainly hasn't been as dominant as he was in his 2 previous starts. Both against the Mets. A 1-hit shutout and then 8 innings of shutout ball. And he used a double play to clean up a 2-hit inning in the 5th. Ball and a strike. If you heard Don Mattingly last night on Marlins Live postgame or on Marlins Live pregame, he talked about the Marlins' failures against the Braves, and Mattingly said he took the blame. He felt that maybe the ball club wasn't prepared, or as prepared as they should be. Talked about the Marlins pitchers and allowing the Braves back into games, but he also talked about the offense and that scoring early runs and then hitting a dry spell for the rest of the night. Bouncer to third. Garcia out there. Peterson's turn. And Real Muto beats it. If you've got a group and you like baseball, come on out to Marlins Park and spend some quality time with your guests. Affordable costs, perfect for the family. You got birthdays, you got networking. Come see Eduardo. Smile and wave. Marlins Group sales team will help you. 1-877-MARLINS or go to marlins.com/groups. Here is Echeverria. Echeverria swings and misses. Ichiro is on deck. That one pulled foul. Is Tehran your Braves all-star?
He has to be. The way he has pitched, definitely has to be their all-star. Offensively, besides Freddie Freeman, they have not had much success.
Edge into the bat. It floats out into shallow center, and it's caught there by Ibar. And Real Muto is hung out to dry, and that is a double play. shades of Andrelton Simmons. And the man that came over in that deal makes a terrific play.
He did. Wonderful play. Going back. JT Realmuto doing everything he can, but he did the right thing. Too bad for the bad break for the fish.
Trouble catching a foul ball. I think you were 0 for 2 yesterday when it came to foul balls, correct?
Yeah, correct.
So what happened? Did you just overshoot it a little bit?
The first one, it was just the usher was asking me for my ticket, and as he's just asking me for my ticket, the ball gets hit. I'm pulling out my ticket. I'm going for the ball at the same time, and then I kind of did overrun it, but at the same time, I thought I was going to catch it, and I went too soft on it, I guess, and didn't catch it.
Now, you said that you've caught a ton of foul balls at Marlins Park. Have you ever caught one on the road?
I haven't.
So it would be very special for you, correct, to receive a baseball at an away game?
It would be very special to me if I would have received a baseball at an away game.
Well, guess what? This morning, we thought about it. We decided that we gave you an A for effort, probably a C or a D for execution, but at least an A for effort. So at Marlins batting practice today, we grabbed you a baseball. This is for you, my friend.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate it.
All right, so night made, correct? I mean, it'd still be cool to catch a foul ball, but at least you're going home with a baseball.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, well, thanks for joining us, Dennis. At least he's going home, guys, a happy Marlins fan.
Wait a minute, Jess, you're not going to sign the ball?
Well, you know what? I thought about it, but we want the ball to actually retain some sort of value. So far, I have not put my signature on it. Oh, you want me to sign it? Are you sure? Okay, we'll see what we can do, guys. Let's track down a pen.
Very nice.
Signing this.
Very nice. Jeff Francoeur with one out. Kyle Barraclough. Fastball in. So Justin Nicolino's return. Couple runs in the second and the 2-run homer in the 5th. And he leaves with Miami down 4-3.
There it is. Hi, Mom.
I wonder if that's the first baseball that Jess has signed. Is that it? On the sweet spot, too.
All right.
Dietrich handles another one. And 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Deposits on a 2017 season ticket plan get you guaranteed access to the All-Star Game in 2017 in Miami. And if you do it for July 8th, you're in the exclusive Home Run Derby at Marlins Park, where you can swing for your seats. Get your season tickets for free. 1-877 Marlins. Eduardo, I think you and Preston and Conine ought to sign up for that. Put a deposit down. Batting practice. You hit it out. Season tickets.
Wow. They pull a hamstring right now, Rich.
Double in the gap.
Doesn't get me season tickets. Though.
No. No. Maybe an autograph. Not even an autograph Jessica Blaylock baseball.
No.
Here's a 1-1. Flowers fouls it back, and it's 1-2. Braves pen. Dario Alvarez is up. Pitcher spot is a couple of hitters away for Atlanta in a 1-run game. Two and two. Mets and Cubs have resumed, and the Mets have a 4-1 lead. And that is now bottom of the 4th up in New York. Marlins are headed there for a Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday 3-game series. And the Marlins a half game behind the Mets at start of play tonight. And that, of course, part of the frustration of this road trip, all that work to pull in front of the Mets and to run into the Tiger bats, lose 2 there, get a lead and lose here last night. That's a seed. Bohr has it. Bear Claw 1-2-3-6 to the 7-4-3 Atlanta. And that Chase Darno home run, a 2-run shot, has the Braves on top 4-3 in the 7th. Rich Waltz, Eduardo Perez, Jessica Blaylock, and lots of Star Wars and Braves fans. Speaking of Star Wars, the tool race interrupted by Darth Vader. Or excuse me, Kylo Ren. Sorry. Not Frank Ren, but Kylo. And 2-Bit, the drill. Now watch what 2-Bit does here.
Oh, no.
Watch this.
Stay hot.
2-Bit. Who knew?
Oh, he became a no-bit.
That's... Yeah. Cole Gillespie, Derek Dietrich, Martin Prado. Pitch Penny presenting Cole Gillespie for your review. 1-0.
Rich, this has to be like seeing changeups after Cole yesterday having an at-bat against Cabrera, which was throwing 102 miles per hour every pitch he threw to him.
Mauricio Cabrera out of the Braves bullpen.
Came in bringing it.
Kyle Bearclaw for 1 inning. David Phelps is up. And if the progression holds, you expect to see Fernando Rodney after Phelps. And down goes Gillespie. Meanwhile, Tehran has found his groove. There's a look at Phelps. And if there's one number that stands out in the Marlins' frustrations and the losses against the Braves, Miami has lost 7 of 9 against the Braves. It's the Braves bullpen has dominated Miami in those 9 games. And so that's the backdrop. The 4-3 Braves lead here. Dietrich pops it foul. Second pitch of the game, Dietrich launched into right. Was hit by a pitch in the second, bounced out in the fourth. Braves have an extreme shift on against Dietrich on the infield.
There in this inning, Julio Tehran has really abandoned that fastball, going more off-speed pitches. We saw it against Gillespie. Now against Derek, just finished throwing him a changeup on the outer half, giving them a different look from the earlier innings.
He chases, and the strikeouts are mounting now.
It's pretty much what Juan Nieves tries to preach to his pitchers, and especially Jose Fernandez. Pitch to contact early, then later on, once that pitch count starts adding up, if you want to go after your strikeouts, yes, start throwing a little bit more of the off-speed pitches. Julio Tehran doing that this inning.
Two more hits for Martin Prado. Seven hits on the road trip. This is game number 4 on the trip. And Miami has lost all 3. Six strikeouts, no walks for Tehran. Prado's pop-up, shallow right, and Markakis dives and can't get it. And hands between them, and Prado has another hit. So a 3-hit night, and that gets Yelich in at bat here in the 7th.
Big hit with 2 outs. Try to get that line moving, hit it in no man's land. Fighting off a fastball. Good thing for the Braves, neither of them collided.
Remember, Peterson came in after an apparent injury to Inciarte. We have not received any word on Inciarte. When we do, we'll pass it along. He left after a slide into second off a stolen base. Yelich takes in. Well, Tehran doesn't want to see Ozuna. That we know. Ozuna is 3 for 3 tonight. He has really hammered Tehran in his career. Yelich bangs it in the gap, left center field, racing for d'Arnaud. Martin Prado to third. Lenny Harris sends him, and he will score. And Yelich's double ties it. It's 4-4.
Love the approach. Same approach that he had his first time up, but even better, the base running of knowing. You see a lot of hitters, once they become base runners, try to get caught in between so the run can score. Christian knowing exactly where Martin was. Watch where this pitch is on the outer half, not doing so much with it, not trying to do so much with it. Stays balanced, goes the other way. Late in games, Christian Yelich, clutch opportunity, second in the league, 61% of the time driving in runs. Beautifully done.
And Brian Snicker knows the numbers and the matchups between Tehran and Ozuna, and that's it for Tehran. So the Marlins knock Tehran out, tie the game. A Kendall Toyota called to the bullpen. Braves. Christian Yelich with an RBI double. Chris Withrow, Emilio Bonifacio, they're both in the ball game. Bonifacio's in left. And you saw Withrow. He's on the mound. Withrow ends up in Frank Coor's spot. Yeah, Bonifacio's in the 9 spot.
And he came in yesterday throwing fastballs and sliders. Doing a nice job of getting through an inning. I like Bonnie in this. I like Bonnie going into left field right here. The double switch. Try to get at least this inning and next inning for Withrow.
And now Ozuna, who has smoked 3 balls tonight. 2-run homer, 2 singles. There's your slider, and it misses out. It's 1-0.
Third time tonight they start up Marcel with a slider first pitch. I don't see them giving him anything good to hit this at bat.
First base open. Stanton's on deck. Ozuna into right center field. That's a hit. Yelich around third, and he scores. A 4-hit game for Marcell Ozuna.
Locked in. Throws that slider first pitch. He sees it, sees the action on it. See how he points right to his head saying, hey, thinking with the pitcher, slider away. Kid's getting smarter and smarter at the plate. Watch the balance. Head stays right there. Does not collapse at all. Happy with it. Easy for Christian to score.
Now Stanton. And the irony of what you said was Withrow shouldn't give anything to Ozuna to hit, and Stanton was on deck. What a role reversal that is in the course of a month.
Obviously, hindsight's 20/20, but if you look at the situation, Marcell Ozuna is locked in against Julio Teheran, but then Julio Teheran has great numbers against Giancarlo Stanton. Wondering why not just walk Marcell and pitch to Giancarlo, which has had 3 at-bats that have looked very uncomfortable.
Well, the first 2 pitches, he's looked uncomfortable against Withrow. Chased a slider and took a strike. Count 0-2.
There's another slider.
Stanton last night walked twice and was 0 for 3. Did not strike out.
Has he thrown a fastball yet? Not yet. Good time for one right here. Nope.
Slider and another strikeout. But Miami picks up 2 and leads it now 5-4. Close plays. Marlins up here by a run. That's a double play. Braves challenge, and he is safe. Chase Darno would homer after that for a 1-run lead. And this Eduardo a close play in right field.
Yeah, huge with 2 outs. Now you're getting the heart of the lineup up. Martin Prado in no man's land, and then the runs end up scoring 2 of them. 2 outs, and Marcell Ozuna 4 for 4 on the night. Coming back with the big stick.
All right, advancing the storyline into the bottom of the 7th. Here's David Phelps, and he arrives an inning earlier than usual because because Fernando Rodney is here, and he's in uniform. And Don Mattingly has indicated that Rodney probably going to be in that 8th inning, and it all lines up for him to pitch in the 8th here tonight. The Marlins have dropped 7 of 9 against the Braves, and one of the big differences has been bullpen.
It has. You can tell the numbers: 0-5, 1 save compared to 6-0 for the Braves with 6 saves. But look at the ERA, 6.18 compared to 2. Most importantly is the inherited runners scored.
Ibar fouls one off of Real Muto's had 3 of those in the ball game. He's protected David Rackley. He's taken 3 shots.
And that script has changed today. Withrow coming in with the inherited runner. Hopefully for the Marlins, the script has changed.
As someone who has managed, there are so many variables that go into every decision. Knowing your team, knowing your players, something that people might not be aware of that's in your clubhouse and stays in your clubhouse. That is strike 3 called. We laid out the success that Ozuna had against Tehran, but your point was, hey, first base is open, and Tehran had dominated Stanton.
Exactly, and it's his game. If he's your ace and he's been your best pitcher, I stick with my best pitcher. You have to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's a player, it's a pitcher that has not had run support all season long. Give him an opportunity to get out of it. 104 pitches. He's proved that he can still be effective. I pitch around Ozuna. I go after Stanton. And I give him an opportunity to win the game. And not only that, your bench is already short as it is because of the injury to Inciarte. So now you have to bring Emilio Bonifacio in. And all you have left on your bench now is Snyder and Pierzynski.
Short with Inciarte's injury, and short because it's short. A 4-man bench, a loaded bullpen right now for the Braves.
9.
Phelps has had an outstanding season. And when he got the ball to begin the season, the attitude that David Phelps had was, I don't care where I pitch, just give me the ball and let me pitch. And he really solidified that ramp to the 9th inning, that bridge to A.J. Ramos.
Be nice right now. Phelps can throw that fastball hard on the inner third of the strike zone. And maybe Bonifacio right there flinched a little bit, and that pitch wasn't really that in. It was up.
There it is. There's the fastball. And Phelps is sharp out of the bullpen. And that after a 1-2-3 inning by Kyle Bearclaw in the 6th. Jace Peterson now. He came in the ball game when Inciarte left. Oh, and 1. There's that cut fastball that he can bring back against lefties. Fernando Rodney looking at the scoreboard.
He's got the little mustache working. He doesn't have the beard, though. He had the beard earlier. has to feel weird for him. Has to feel different.
It sure shortens his commute to the ballpark, though, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Lives in the Miami area.
Before and after. That's pulled into right field. Peterson around first. Justin Bour broke to his left, and I'm not sure if he didn't see it off the bat or if he felt that Dietrich was in a position to get there.
Well, bottom of the 7th inning, you're up by 1. He is playing no doubles, and you see where Giancarlo is. He's more on the right center side. Justin, no chance with it, and one of the biggest reasons that no doubles. But guess what? You get a double out of a base hit. And Tom Mattingly, just with his facial expression, disgusted at that one.
That is a big hit. It puts the tying run in scoring position. And here's d'Arnaud. And this was Chase d'Arnaud. And remember, there was that review that overturned a double play that set up his first career homer, a 2-run shot, and it put the Braves on top. Phelps misses in, and it's 2-0.
Well, he's had good cuts against the lefties. Nicolino today and Dunn yesterday pitched down out of the strike zone and in, and was able to hit a double to left center field. Let's see how he does against the strong arm of Dave Phelps.
That is a strike. Now, he's the older brother of Travis. They both grew up in Long Beach. The two played together on the South Atlantic League All-Star team in 2009. But Chase was a college player at Pepperdine University.
It's good velocity. d'Arnaud was really late on that pitch.
d'Arnaud had a lot of injuries early, broken fingers, a couple broken thumbs, a pinky fracture in his first 4 years in professional baseball. Spent last year with the Phillies, got in 11 games. Had brief stops with the Pirates in 11, 12, and 14. And Real Mutants talked to Phelps about this 2-2 pitch. That's what they wanted to talk about. Phelps strikes him out. And the Marlins pen has a pair of scoreless innings. Headed to the 8th, 5-4 Miami. All right, thank you, Craig. We look forward to you and Jeff Nelson on Marlins Live. Justin Bour takes a breaking ball out. JT Realmuto, Adeiny Echeverria, top 8 for Miami. Bour's 1 for 3, a single. That was in the 6th inning. And that was against Julio Teheran, who went 6 2/3. Was charged with all 5 runs, gave up 11 hits. Bour hits a soft pop-up. And it's caught there by Garcia. Let's check in with Jessica Blaylock.
Hey guys, I'm in section 142. I'm with Tanya Alvarez, who's the director of the Future Business Leaders of America for Mater High School in Miami. First off, what brought you guys to Atlanta?
We're here at the FBLA National Conference that takes place every year in a different city in the United States. And with me are 20 students from Mater Academy Senior High School who have the opportunity to compete in different events throughout the week, participate in workshops and seminars representing the state of Florida. And the minute we found out that the Marlins were playing the Atlanta Braves, we decided to join our home team and cheer for them.
Yeah, look at you. They're decked out in their Marlins gear. They're cheering loudly. You can hear them. They're representing the fish. How much fun has this game been for you guys tonight?
I'm sorry?
How much fun has this game been for you tonight?
This has been one of the best games of my life. Some of my students, this is the first time they come to a baseball game outside of Miami, and all of them are Marlins fans. And Jose Fernandez was practicing in the outfield earlier this afternoon, and he was throwing balls at the students and cheering with us. So that was a tremendous experience for all of them. They are having a blast.
Hey, well, we know for the Marlins how important baseball is, but how important the education is as well. So it's cool that you could combine the two things on this trip. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you, Jess. We just saw one of the alums from Mater Academy, and that's Albert Almora of the Chicago Cubs.
We had a nice diving play yesterday.
Echeverria takes out. JT Realmuto, who had 3 hits last night, has 2 tonight with that line drive single to center. A couple of things here. Fernando Rodney is up in Miami's bullpen. And on deck is Ichiro. Runner goes. Check swing, throw down, and a stolen base. And a great jump by Realmuto. And it was a swinging strike, according to the home plate umpire, David Racklin.
It's a privilege the Marlins have, having an athletics catcher that can run. Gets a stolen base there easily. Takes it on a slider. Like that, like when the Marlins push the envelope a little bit, put a lot of pressure on the defense.
Trying to add on here in the top of the 8th. Line to left, and Bonifacio makes the catch. Thought for a moment it may get over his head.
I can tell you as a person that's played left field, you're in that don't panic stage in left field. And hit it, watch how his feet move. Gets it, cuts towards the line, is able to make an adjustment. Marlins fans know that Bonnie can play all over the place. He's able to make it there, and looks like a pitch and change to face Ichiro.
With throw out. Braves to their pen. Kendall Toyota called to the bullpen. Comes before Jose at 3:30. Now, come on. We're guessing that's a Jose Fernandez prank. I'm not sure what the ground rule is on rubber snakes.
Oh, boy. Staying busy. Trying to see if they can sneak a run.
Una culebra.
Una culebra.
All right, here's Ichiro against Cervenka. We got Real Muto out at second with Ichiro. His numbers much improved from last year. Slider misses up. Ichiro's at 342. As you look at Cervenka.
The opponent's batting average 159. Cervenka coming from the independent leagues. Really solidified himself in this Atlanta Braves bullpen.
And of course you got Ichiro, who is a dozen hits away from 3,000. He has been better as a starter. He's been better as a pinch hitter. He's been outstanding with runners in scoring position. He's 7 for 23 as a pinch hitter this year.
That was Matrix-like by Ichiro. Getting out of the way. Watch this. Whew.
Except I don't think Keanu Reeves gets out of the way.
No.
3-0. The strike.
You've shown your talent in Spanish. How do you say 12 in Japanese? That's what he needs for 3,000. Juni.
He walks, and he has done a lot of that this year, much more than last year. His walk rate better this year. That's 21 walks already. 155 at bats. His on base percentage almost 420 on the year for Ichiro.
I just love when he walks and he sets the bat down. Never throws it.
Well,
just lays it down.
That's because he did throw it once, and he was so ashamed that he wrote a letter to the bat manufacturer, apologized for treating the bat like that, and ever since he's been very respectful.
Lay it down.
So Chris Johnson will pinch hit for Dietrich against Cervenka.
Good opportunity right here for CJ to look for a pitch up in the zone. Try to drive one into the left center gap. Outfield playing a little bit towards right center. Darnaud shifted over. See, this is where Darnaud, he's staying in the same spot, just killing the grass over there in right center. But 2-0, you have to at least move with the count. This goes straight up. The chart can tell you one thing. Right fielder very shallow. Markakis, that is.
Three 3-0. Johnson, of course, a former Brave. Real Muto at second, Ichiro at first. 2 outs. Tehran, Withrow, and now Cervenka. A high fly ball. And d'Arnaud is there, and he makes the catch. Fernando Rodney about to make his Marlins debut. Freeman, Garcia, Markakis on the menu. Changes for Miami. Miguel Rojas is into the ball game, and he's at second. Chris Johnson, who pinch hit for Derek Dietrich, stays in, and he's at first base. And Fernando Rodney arrives for his first appearance as a Marlin. You see the season that he was having, 17 of 17 in save opportunities. Not a lot of opportunities as a Padre.
No, but the ERA, .31, opponents hitting 137. Lefties really struggling against Fernando so far this season.
Coors Light cold hard fact, Freddie Freeman. We're talking about all the triples in 101 plate appearances since June 7th, 8 triples. Rodney now. Freeman takes a changeup.
That's a good pitch. That's scouting report on Fernando is jump all over him the first pitch because his changeup is really good and deceptive. If he's able to throw that changeup for a strike early on, that's what it creates. That's a 94-mile-per-hour two-seam fastball. You see the life of it down in the zone, just sinking.
His 14th year in the major leagues. He's 39 in the Dominican Republic, San Pedro de Macorís. And he misses in. Last year, not a great year in Seattle. An ERA at 5.5, a swing and a miss. And down goes Freeman.
I like how you said misses in on that 0-2 pitch, up and in. That was more of a purpose pitch for this pitch to get Freddie Freeman on his heels and then having to chase it. Not comfortable at all, and this is the equalizer. This is like having a left-handed pitcher on the mound that can get those tough lefties out.
But remember how he finished last year. As a Cub, 14 appearances, an 0.75 ERA, and he carried that into San Diego. And he gets a ground ball to Rojas, who gobbles it up. And Fernando Rodney has 2 outs here in the 8th. Now Markakis.
Watch the difference in sequences. This time off-speed pitch, 83 miles per hour, 1-0. Last time against Freeman, it was thrown for a strike. It was easier to set up the hitter. Let's see how he sets up the hitter this way. Tries to go again, changeup, 84 miles per hour. This is where Fernando was getting in trouble last season, falling behind hitters. Now has to execute well.
Markakis, a healthy cut. 1 for 3 is Nick Markakis. Rodney's first appearance as a Marlin. Justin Nicolino, 5 innings. Kyle Bearclaw, David Phelps, the 6th and the 7th. In a 1-run game in Atlanta.
Rule of thumb, 2-0 if you throw the fastball and you blew it by him. 3-1 he would throw it, but he has that changeup in his back pocket. I would not be surprised if he does not give in here. Snyder's on deck.
It's low. It's a 2-out walk. As the Marlins saw last night, Brandon Snyder can do some damage off the bench. Tripled last night, drove in a couple. His last 3 pinch hit at bats, he's driven in 5. A pinch hit home run as well this year. This was last night against Mike Dunn.
The big kid hits it to right center field, and Marcel, if you ask him, he would say, should have had that one.
Change up. Out in front, 0-2.
And I laugh because he throws that first pitch fastball right down the middle, and Brandon, if you're coming out of the bench, you better be ready for it, because if not, that's what's coming. You're in the box and it just seems like it stops halfway. Here comes another one, buddy.
Got him on the changeup. Real Muto picks it up, dropped the ball, throws to first in time. And welcome to Miami. Fernando Rodney, a scoreless 8-5-4. Fish. AT. Well, nothing high speed about the changeup. Good fastball there. This is Fernando Rodney's first inning as a Marlin. The 8th inning with a 1-run lead. Another changeup, another strikeout. Chance to say hi to the teammates before the game. Chance for them to say hello back as he came off. A welcome addition to the Marlins pen.
Well, it shortens up the game. You end up going Barrett Claw in the 6th inning, Phelps 7, Rodney 8. And yes, Ramos warming up for the 9th inning. It's a nice 4-headed monster coming at you.
Ian Kroll now for Atlanta. Fastball for a strike. The way the Marlins lineup reads right now, Johnson's in the leadoff spot when he came in. Rojas is in Bohr's spot. He's hitting 6th, and Rodney is in the pitcher spot. Little tapper, Ibar gets Prado. And there's one out. Here comes Yelich. Certainly some big hits for the Marlins in the 1st inning. The Dietrich homer, the double by Yelich, the 2-run homer by Ozuna. But Yelich's RBI double in the 7th, that was a big one as well. Came with 2 outs. It tied the game, and then Marcell Ozuna greeted Chris Withrow with an RBI single. And the Marlins had their 5-4 lead. Yelich behind the count 0-2. And he had Yelich tied up. So 2 quick outs for Ian Kroll. And the last time Ozuna and Kroll met in May, Ozuna knocked one out to straightaway center. I asked you earlier how you measure a hitter. What numbers do you look at first? With Ozuna, what number do you look at first?
Actually, look at his slugging percentage. 17 home runs, 47 RBIs. Not too concerned with his on-base percentage, but that being said, he has shown so much more discipline this year without losing his aggressiveness, and that is a real difficult thing to do, and that's why Barry Bonds has been so influential with Marcell since the beginning of spring training.
High chop. Garcia throws him out. So Kroll a 1-2-3 inning. And with his new alignment in the bullpen, here comes Ramos to finish. Sports Florida, brought to you by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By Dodge, visit Dodge.com for your local dealer today. And by your South Florida Honda dealers. In Atlanta, 5-4, Miami on top. Braves fans chopping. Don't get excited. Eduardo Perez, former Seminole.
No, different tempo than in Florida State.
AJ Ramos now, 24 of 24. Fernando Rodney handled the 8th. David Phelps, the 7th. Kyle Barraclough, the 6th. Tyler Flowers, first up for the Braves. Ibar, Bonifacio, right behind him. And Ramos with a fastball misses down low. It has been a while since Ramos has appeared in a ball game. All the way back to last Saturday against the Cubs. Drilled, left field, gone. Wow.
Respect the power. Tyler Flowers. Fall behind. Flowers ended up making him pay.
Ibar now. So Ramos no longer perfect on the season.
See location, you want that pitch down and away. Put right in his wheelhouse. Choked up back. Sound barrel. Strong man.
You can see the frustration on AJ's face. In the right, that's a hit. Ibar around first. Rojas to his left. Got a piece of it. And here comes Bonifacio. And you've got nobody out.
Reaches over on a changeup, catches Miguel in between. Dives for it, tries to make a play for it, and now you have a runner on first with Emilio Bonifacio. No, he's up in this situation to bunt.
Squares, bunts, and he's fast. Prado got him. That was close. Sacrifice works. Nice pick and throw by Prado. But the winning run is now in scoring position.
Excellent bunt by Emilio. Better play by Senor Prado at third base. On the run, knowing that Emilio can get down in a hurry. Martin makes an excellent throw to first. Now you have a runner at second. Jace Peterson at the plate.
Peterson, who has hurt the Marlins in some big moments this year.
The reason you do not walk him here is because Freddie Freeman is lurking in the 3 spot. You walk him, you're pretty much guaranteeing Freddie Freeman coming up to the plate with Darno on deck.
And of course, Darno hit a 2-run homer in the 5th. since it's coming back up from AAA, has been one of the hotter Braves. Two. His average close to 360. In the dirt, it hits Realmuto and carries wildly away.
Get that wild pitch there. We have to bring the infield in. We have 2 strikes on Peterson. Would have even been better, but would have hit Peterson and would have kept the runner at second base. Instead, AT tries to smother it, cannot, and it kicks out.
And he got him. So Ramos strikes out Peterson.
There's a lot of trust also right there on JT, throwing the ball in the dirt and having block it with a runner at third base. Watch him get high, make sure that this one does not get by him.
Darno. It was his 2-run homer that erased Miami's lead and put Atlanta up in the 5th. Slider a strike. Darno had an RBI double and an RBI single in his last 2 at-bats last night. Home run erases Miami's lead, ends the perfect run of Ramos, and sends this game to the 10th. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. In Atlanta tonight, the Braves just can't run away. The Marlins tried it, they couldn't either. And back and forth they've gone. A.J. Ramos, his first blown save since 2015. He had tied the record by Steve Cishek for franchise consecutive saves converted at 33. And now, the 10th, Arodys Vizcaíno, who last night came in a 4-run game and couldn't get it done. Got a couple outs, then got wild. Gave up the RBI double to Adeiny Echeverria. Stanton first. Breaking ball in, and remember, with all the defensive swaps, Rojas is hitting second, and Johnson's in the leadoff spot.
Oh, that pitch is down. Fox tracks. Okay, we can argue about that one.
Stanton off the end of the bat, kind of dumps it into right center field for a hit. So a leadoff single by Giancarlo. And here comes Rojas for his first at bat.
Big single. Falling back on that one, hits it off the end of the bat. Gets it too much plate. Giancarlo's been chasing a few, but he'll definitely take that lead off the 10th inning. A lot of situations this would be a bunt with JT and Adeiny coming up, and one player left on the bench. That's Jeff Mathis for the Fish.
And that's the other flip side of both Rojas and Johnson coming in.
I'd actually hit and run here more than bunting. It's an option that Don Mattingly has.
Fastball in.
You have options just because you have one guy left on the bench.
Marlins pinch hit Gillespie and Ichiro.
I like it. Rojas.
It's a good bunt. And an out at first. And so Real Muto and Echeverria will get their shots here. It was Echeverria who had the RBI double and the great at bat against Vizcaíno last night. This has been a game of a lot of twists and turns. The first twist was right out of the chute. Second pitch of the night. Derek Dietrich homered to right. The Marlins got a 2-run homer for Marcell Ozuna also in the first, and a 3-0 lead. The next turn was 2 runs in the second as the Braves answered against Justin Nicolino. And then Chase Darno in the 5th against Nicolino again. 2-run homer, and just like that, Atlanta was up 4-3. But the Marlins stormed back in the 7th. RBI double by Christian Yelich, run scoring single by Ozuna, and of course Tyler Flowers home run against A.J. Ramos in the 9th has this game in the 10th. Muto 1 down the first base line, 1 down the third base line. He's behind 0-2.
Oh, he has him surrounded now. He has to balance it out. Hard base hit would be up the middle, yet Jace Peterson is playing up the middle. Very comfortable on the road, both Martin Prado and JT Realmuto.
Flowers set up out. Vizcaíno hit the target.
Which David Rackley behind the plate has called a phenomenal game. Have to give him credit for it. Made one missed call, and that was against Tyler Flowers earlier in the game when Flowers even told him that ball was inside. Give credit where credit is due.
What is this conversation about out there right now?
It's a 1-2 count. You better be on the same page. Tyler Flowers is making sure this is his second visit already with Vizcaíno, and knowing your pitchers, knowing who they are, if he asks for a pitch, a slider, he wants it to be down and away, not in the strike zone. More of a chase pitch. Like that. Young pitchers that have really good stuff, you have to know who they are and understand their strengths and weaknesses and make sure that they locate precisely. A hanging slider right now with 2 strikes is not what Tyler Flowers is asking for.
One and two. Well, on a day when Toronto and Cleveland played 19 innings, the Marlins and the Braves
don't go there.
Are in the 10th.
Don't go there. It's not Canada here. Do not go there.
That's right. Canada Day. In the dirt, Flowers wrestles it down. Two and two. JT 2 hits tonight, had 3 last night. Stanton the runner at second. Fouled back. They are delayed in New York for the second time. The Mets have pounded the Cubs tonight with 5 home runs against Jason Hamill. 10-1. Mets on top of the Cubs, delayed top 6. And by the way, Eduardo, bottom of the 13th, 2-2, Cincinnati and Washington.
Stay hot.
High fly ball. Darno. And here comes Echeverria. Well, you've got
this is where Tyler Flowers right now is going to go talk to Vizcaíno and let him know the situation. You know, you have first base open, 1 player left on the bench. That's Jeff Mathis. There's no reason right here for Brian Snitker to even put Vizcaíno in this situation.
And remember the at-bat Echeverria had last night against Vizcaíno.
Hard line drive to right field. Pitch on the outer part. You have to walk him here.
And they will. And, you know, we talked about it at the time when Don Mattingly pinch hit with Chris Johnson and then brought Rojas in as well. He emptied 2 off his bench, having already pinch hit with Ichiro and Gillespie. That was in a 1-run game. Now you're not planning on A.J. Ramos giving up a home run to tie it.
No, you're not. And you're playing for the win, and you have it set up perfectly. And he has to trust, and that's a message you're sending to your closer, to your setup man and your closer. I count on you. I depend on you. Now you're stuck in this situation. That ball was out over the plate. Yes, it was high, but Vizcaíno, you have to be ready. He just smiled at that one. Watch where this pitch is. That's why I don't agree with the conversation of just putting 4 fingers up and walking the guy, because pitchers can throw balls away. or they can throw it right over the zone.
So here is Mathis now. Last night, Vizcaíno threw 25 pitches, and I know that 17 reflects the 4 wide ones he just threw. Stan at second, and Echeverry at first. And Miami's last man off the bench is pinch hitting here. Fastball in. And of course, Dietrich not in the game. It's Johnson who's on deck. Mathis 2 for 23 in his career as a pinch hitter. Pulls a ground ball. Garcia has it, and he will tag Stanton out. And the Marlins lead 2 in the 10th. 5-5 in Atlanta. He's got Freddie Freeman, Adonis Garcia, and Nick Markakis. Both teams have had big moments offensively. The d'Arnaud 2-run homer in the 5th, the biggest for the Braves up until Tyler Flowers stepped up and knocked one in the seats to tie the game in the bottom of the 9th. Of course, d'Arnaud's 2-run homer erased a Marlins lead, gave the Braves a lead. The Marlins took it back. The RBI doubles by Yelich. Ozuna with an RBI hit in that 7th inning as well. Nick Whitgren, Freddie Freeman. And it's 1-0. Lively crowd. Echeverry out, and Yelich calls him off and drops the ball. Echeverry and Yelich collide, and Freeman in safely at second. 2
He should hit Christian. You see Christian calling for it, and it just seems like Danny never heard him. See him right there. He's calling for it all the way. Danny does not give up on the baseball. They end up colliding. This happened earlier here in Atlanta, late in the game in May.
Yes, it did. You know, the thing that struck me on that replay wasn't the end, but it was the start. With Freeman up, Echeverria was playing towards the bag, almost behind the bag. He had a long way to go.
He did, but he was under it. That's not the issue. The issue is he did not hear Christian Yelich. Watch where he's at. Listen. That's why it's so hard. You hear the gnat right there, the fans. And as an infielder, you're trying to hear your outfielder. If you don't, you continue to be there. No excuse whatsoever on that part. That play has to be made.
On the play you referenced, Echeverria had squared up and was about to catch a ball and let it drop. So maybe the residual effect was Echeverria here, again seeing the ball, remembering the play where he had squared up and then backed off and it fell, and he didn't want that to happen again.
And if you notice, when plays like that happen, outfielders are playing no doubles, meaning they're playing very far. They're coming in at a high speed, and they have to continuously call the baseball. You don't see that happen when they're playing normal depth.
Pitch is out. Markakis is on deck. Then you got the pitcher spot behind him. Garcia tried to end it with one swing.
Just like the Marlins, there's only one hitter left, offensive hitter left for the Braves, and that's AJ Pierzynski. He would be up third. Garcia's up, Markakis, and after Markakis, AJ Pierzynski. There he is.
That error charged to Echeverria. 2-2 from Wickman. And Garcia swings and misses. Nick Wickman gets a strikeout. All right, as the wheels turn, first base is open. You've got Pierzynski on deck. A double play gets you out of the inning.
Markakis, a very clutch hitter, a base hit hitter, line drive hitter. You have to walk him right here. The only concern you have is that man there. Takes things very personal and really has a deep focus in situations like this. AJ Pierzynski, I've seen him so many times throughout his career come up big in these situations.
In his short stay in Atlanta, he has hurt the Marlins. This was the 27th of May. Phelps trying to close things out. the play that may have led to Echeverria trying to hang in there as long as he could.
Well, it's all about listening and knowing where your defense is at and having that inner clock. And that play right there, both of them took blame for it. This play right here, it's Christian Yelich was calling it all the way. He was just playing very deep. And actually just did not listen to him.
Krzyzewski with a healthy cut. Whitgren gets strike one.
This is where AJ's really smart. And he sets up pitchers late on that fastball. He'll be cheating right here for another fastball. Just blew it right by him, hitting 199 on the season. Late again.
0-2.
Good pitch by Whitgren. Tied him up inside.
That ran in, and it's 2-2. Two fastballs got by Krzyzewski. Count evens at 2-2. And the error allows Freeman to second. Whitgren struck out Garcia. Intentional walk to Markakis. Krzyzewski digs in. Stays alive at 2-2.
Time to elevate that fastball. He's had trouble up in the zone with it. Already seen 5 fastballs in this at-bat.
The note on Ender Inciarte is a groin injury. It was a hamstring injury that had him on the DL earlier in the season. So a groin injury.
It was that left hamstring earlier.
2-2. Center field. Ozuna is there. Makes the catch. Freeman holds seconds. And Whitgren has the second out. But it's now the other catcher, Tyler Flowers. Marlins bullpen was terrific. AJ Ramos came in to save it. And Tyler Flowers took him out. And that tied the game at 5. Sent the game to extra innings. Is also singled on a 2-for-4 night. Oh, goodness. It hits him. Now he does wear glasses, the sports glasses, but it looks like he's okay. It sounded like it hit the bill of the cap. And I don't think it was a fastball.
It looked like a slider that tried to overthrow it a bit, tried to make it too good of a pitch. Slider was just spinning. Tyler stayed on it. Hit him on the hand, I think, and then it ricocheted right to the bill of the helmet. The bill of the helmet to the hand. Good news, those are scary things right there.
So, bags are loaded with 2 outs. Bottom 10. And Ibar, who was 2-for-4. Freeman, the runner at third base. Pressure on Whitgren. Pressure on Real Muto. Anything in the dirt, he's got to stop.
More on Whitgren. If you're the hitter, Ibar, you're looking dead red fastball. Whitgren hasn't really thrown that off-speed pitch for a strike. He's thrown more fastballs. That's the pitch he's going to lean on.
Fastball right center field. Stanton after it, and he's got it in the gap. And this game's going to the 11th. Ibar barreled it up. Stanton runs it down. Deep, it's still 5-5. On both sides. And as we get to the 11th, the Braves, we talked about how deep their bullpen is in terms of numbers. And Casey Kelly out of Sarasota. And out of the bullpen.
The son of Pat Kelly.
Pat Kelly.
Managed against him in Puerto Rico.
Worked with him in the minor leagues myself when this guy was really young.
Good man.
Casey Kelly, a guy that's had some arm issues. Originally a first-round pick of the Boston Red Sox.
Just traded to San Diego, was he not?
And the Braves got him in the Christian Bethancourt trade. Johnson lines at center, and it falls in front of d'Arnaud. And so Chris Johnson has a hit to lead off the 11th. Prado, Yelich, Ozuna lined up behind Johnson.
We're in the 11th inning. This is the 7th inning where the Marlins have had their leadoff hitter on base. Martin Prado, very good bunter. Very good contact hitter also. You want to take the bat out of Christian Yelich's hands. Brian Snitker, that sign comes from the bench. Throw over to see if Martin shows his hand or not. He's going to bunt.
A strike and it's 0-1. Kelly had Tommy John surgery with the Padres back in 2013. Flowers down to get that one. And after that, knocked him out for a whole season.
Good sign right here. Good situation for a hit and run Don Mattingly to put on. 1-1 count. Got Chris Johnson at first. And Martin Prado, very good contact hitter. Knows how to handle that baseball bat.
On a 3-hit night for Prado. And the bats behind him have had big nights. Yelich and Ozuna. Prado, left center field, and it's deep. And Bonifacio runs it down at the wall. Speed. Prado in a bit of disbelief.
Does a great job. One of the biggest reasons Darno playing to right center field, and Bonnie ends up making a fantastic play. You see how he took the peek to see where the wall was. Did not have to shorten up his stride, and look at Martin frustrated right there. Can't believe that the play was made.
So it's Yelich now, who has 2 doubles, an RBI, and a run scored. Chris Johnson's the runner at first. Marcell Ozuna, and then Giancarlo Stanton. After Yelich. Two and 0. This is the 4th time this year that the Braves have called Casey Kelly up.
Got sent down a couple times just because of depth. Has options. They needed fresh arms, so he was the odd man out.
Count 3-1. And Yelich pops it up. So here's Ozuna on a 4-hit night. A 2-run homer, 3 singles. One of them drove in a run. And Johnson, who led off the inning with a base hit, is still at first.
Good time for a 5-hit night.
Ozuna in the air. Markakis has it. 5-5 still to the bottom of the 11th. Day in Major League Baseball where extra innings have been the thing. 19 innings in Toronto, Cleveland 2-1. 14 innings just wrapped up in D.C. Nationals 3-2 there. And here it's bottom 11, and a guy that made a terrific catch, former Marlin, Emilio Bonifacio, leads it off. Jace Peterson. Chase Darno. Pitches in. Both benches depleted.
Big hitter here. You have to be able to get Bonifacio out leading this inning. Too much speed to put on the bases.
Pops it to left. Yelich is there, and he makes the catch. For Nick Wickren, this is his second inning. His first inning, not by his doing, was a bit of a nail biter. The collision between Echeverria and Yelich on the pop-up and left gave the Braves a runner at second and nobody out. After a strikeout, an intentional walk, a hit batter, fly ball out, and then Ibar hit one in the gap that Stanton ran down. With Brave fans chopping their little hearts away when the ball left Ibar's bat, many of them thought the game was over and the fireworks show was about to begin. And of course, Peterson had that big game in Miami. That was back on the 21st of June. Game tying 2-run homer. That was in the 8th. And then the go-ahead homer in the top of the 10th. Or excuse me, just a run scoring hit in the 10th. I embellished for dramatic effect.
Nice job. I liked it.
Here's a 2-2. Chopper over the middle. Oh, Echeverria in front of Rojas. Well,
that's one thing, the communication. Actually coming in. Nicely done. I don't know if Miguel would have been able to make the play on Jace here.
Chase Darno. Bouncer in the left. And the Braves have a runner with 2 outs in the bottom of the 11, and that gets Freeman in at bat.
Justin Borno stay right there on the line, no doubles. That actually would not give Freddie Freeman anything good down in the zone. Borno should not be going anywhere. Excuse me, that's Chris Johnson over there at first base, staying right on the line.
Freeman right field. Stanton sees it. Stanton has it. And this is going to the 12th. 5-5 still. When we get to tomorrow, 3:30 start for Marlins Live, 4 o'clock start. Marlins and Braves, and a Jose Fernandez day, although this might be a Jose Fernandez night because both benches have been used. And so I'm sure both managers are trying to think, all right, if I need to hit a pitcher, which pitcher would I hit? And certainly Jose Fernandez has got to be near the top of Don Mattingly's list. Here is Stanton against Kelly. Ooh, and he fouls that one right back.
He's already been swinging the bat in the cage. You see him already lathered up. This is what he's all about. He's loving this moment.
Stanton, Rojas, Real Muto. Breaking ball is a strike. 1-2. Braves tonight especially have thrown a lot of sliders away. And Stanton has chased.
Ooh.
It's a foul ball.
That's one thing Giancarlo does is anything up and in. Usually you see a lot of right-handed hitters or left-handed hitters go with a pitch. He ends up opening up, very vulnerable to that. That's where you turn your head the other way towards the catcher.
And a slider, and Stanton reacts.
A little frustration there. That up and in ended up working. Watch him go right to his heels right there, collapse. Gives up on it.
Now Rojas. Miguel Rojas shoots one into the outfield. Into right center. Darno returns it. The Marlins have a runner here with 1 out in the 12th. It's Real Muto, it's Echeverria, and then it's probably Jose. Gillespie, Ichiro, Mathis, all used as pinch hitters. And of course, Derek Dietrich and Justin Bohr removed in a pinch hitting appearance and a defensive switch. That was in the 8th. To an 0. Second inning for Casey Kelly.
Give him the green light here. You got Hetchy on deck. You have that man in the hole. Might as well give JT the green light. See if he can do some damage.
Dustin McGowan, Miami's pin. Kelly misses. Rojas to second. Real Muto to first. One out. Here is Echeverria. And the Marlins out of bench players. Jose Fernandez. Well, it's Wickren who pops out on deck.
No, it makes
and
sense.
This is a little bit of show. And,
yes.
and Jose is a possibility still to hit.
Well, it makes sense. Base hit right here. They score. Wickren would stay in the game. And he would hit.
Echeverria takes a breaking ball for a strike. So you don't make the move until you have to make the move.
Right. You keep Wickren in the game mentally also.
Tough to keep Jose in the dugout.
Yeah.
At this point.
Oh, it's always tough, even when he's not pitching and completely not available. Come on, Skip, let me out there. Don't worry, take your time. Tell you one thing though, first pitch is going to be a slider for Jose if he comes up.
Casey Kelly. Breaking ball, Echeverria, fly ball. Markakis makes the catch. And it is going to be Jose Fernandez who will pitch hit here. Let's check in with Jessica Blaylock. Jess?
Hey, Rich, we know Jose Fernandez loves to pitch, but he loves to hit, too. So much so that he's been trying to convince Don Mattingly to let him participate in this year's home run derby. We asked Don Mattingly about that, and he said, no way, I'm fine with any other pitcher on any other team participating, but not Jose Fernandez, because that is my guy. Guys, I don't think it matters how much Jose begs. He's not going to change Mattingly's mind on that one.
No, and Bruce Bochy said the other day that Madison Bumgarner's not going anywhere near that either. And so here is Fernandez. Now, a lot of times when Jose is pitching and gets in at bat, he's in home run swing mode. Interesting to see his approach here. Fastball's out.
Stayed away with him.
Top 12, 5-5.
All you need is a base hit. You don't need to elevate anything. A lot of hitters try to do too much. Pitch was down and away. Jose's trying to pull that baby.
In this ballpark, he's got a couple hits, including a triple. Jose drills in left center field, and deep to the wall it goes. Scoring is Rojas. Scoring is Real Muto. It's 7-5 Miami. Jose Fernandez.
Oh, Jose. See, I told you, Skip. I told you.
What a moment.
Gets a fastball out over the plate and drills it into left center field. Darno playing in right center field. Pitch out over. Misses location. No one's there. Mr. Kelly knows it. As soon as Jose gets to second base, he's looking straight into the dugout. It's a sweet swing, stays level. Knows it as soon as he hits it. It's not that easy.
That is a great sight, isn't it?
It's awesome. I wonder if he'll try to convince him, hey, Skip, let me go and finish this game right now and get the save. That's not going to happen.
The count 0-2 to Johnson. And Johnson strikes out. But Jose Fernandez, the Marlins out of players, position players. But they still had Jose.
Nothing needed to be said.
And he has given Miami a 2-run lead in the 12th to the delight of his teammates.
Did you say John Carter? Now go pitch.
7-5 Marlins. Frank Menachino. Even Lenny Harris, the all-time pinch hit leader in Major League history. Don Mattingly and Tim Wallach. Not done yet now. 7-5 Miami, bottom 12.
And I know what exactly they're talking about. They're saying, well, I cannot believe that Casey Kelly just threw him fastballs. Very good breaking pitch. You've seen how the hitters have looked with that breaking pitch. And he said, here you go. I challenge you to hit it. Don't challenge Jose Fernandez.
Now McGowan. Javi Vasquez, the last Marlin pitcher to get a pinch hit, September 4, 2011. It also is reminiscent of the Burke Badenhop base hit in New York. Though Badenhop was not a pinch hitter, and he was actually pitching in extra innings. And his RBI single helped decide that one in extras. And for McGowan now, an 0-2 to Garcia. It's in the dirt. As odd as this night has been, Marlins jump out 3-0, lose that lead, come back, take the lead. The bullpen all lining up the way Don Mattingly had hoped. Ramos blowing a save, which hadn't happened this year. Muto, and it's over the screen. You've got McGowan here, who has one major league save back in 2014. After 2 scoreless innings by Nick Wickren, much needed. Echeverria on to first, and there's one out. Now Markakis. And on a night where Ramos does blow a save, still collectively the bullpen has pitched well. Bearclaw, Phelps, Rodney, all with scoreless innings. Whitgren with 2 scoreless innings.
Really impressed with Whitgren. Coming in after that error from Madaney, battled through the 10th inning. Intentional walk, hit by pitch, and with the bases loaded, able to get that big fly ball out to right field.
Now McGowan misses in to Markakis. Johnson. And he's got it. Now remember, the Marlins were out of bench players when Jose hit. The Braves are out of bench players. And so who comes to the plate but Casey Kelly?
And a good athlete. Had a decision to make when he signed with the Boston Red Sox to play shortstop or be a pitcher. Decided to get on the mound.
His first decision was whether to play quarterback for Tennessee or play baseball. So that was first. Then you're right. He was an outstanding shortstop.
I remember speaking to his father about it. Decisions and tough decisions to be made.
One. And McGowan's got him 1 and 2 with 2 outs, bottom 12. Marlins trying to finish this one.
Read that swing, collapse in the swing, just elevate that fastball a little bit. There it is.
Got it. Ball game. A dozen innings, a lot of twists and turns in one big moment in the top of the 12th. Jose Fernandez pinch hitting with the Marlins out of bench players, and he smacks a 2-run double, and the Marlins win this ball game. The script looks so familiar. Marlins early lead, lost it. Braves late.